Hello. Ah, it's finally recording. I did realize since the start of the stream, maybe my voice wasn't even getting recorded or something, which is a bad thing. I didn't knew it wasn't getting recording because no one in the was in the stream and telling me that I've got it wrong. Nifty from India, right? So let's check Nifty. Yeah, Nifty. You have Nifty 50 in India. Right, you have Nifty YT, and Nifty 50, and then like there's top and stock option future combos indexes. I don't know what the difference is, but we'll go to the stock of Nifty. Then we'll set the date to, yeah, it's loading. 5 years. Okay, wait, what? Yeah, it is actually. So you can range, but can I not clear the range? I want to go to 5 years, but okay, I'm not able to do so. Auto save, unnamed. What does unnamed mean? Make a copy, save layout. No. Cancel. Maybe let me try to. July 28. I need to remove that. How do I remove that? Okay, wait a sec. I don't know what that is, but I'll show objective. No, no, no. And then you can line text and stuff like that. Okay, you know what? I don't know. Let me just go back again. Prediction markets, what is that? What yields? That's an index. Is it crashing? Long-term trend. Not useful for deciding whether to buy Nvidia or Amazon. Most analysis would be on individual business, not on index. Index is how the market is performing. Okay, so index is like, okay, to look at how the market is performing for the last 3 months. Okay. So, but I think there's like the problem is like if you have like if you're testing how a market is performing on the basis of just few companies, it doesn't give a good idea. Give the good idea of the entire market. All right, I think that's kind of like a given at this point. What other company can like? Yeah, we have indexes. So Nifty 50 was I go in indexes. Okay, then I can go on Nifty 50, and then I can see. Okay, it costs about 24,000 to 2 point. Okay, one stock causes that much, and if I go for the last 5 years, it's going pretty good. All-time peak, like yeah, I think in 2000, what was it? In 2024, people thought the market would rise and come back again, so they kind of like invested. I think market went really downwards in what? Okay, in the times of lockdown, I think it's 2020. Yeah, in the time of lockdown, I think market did pretty bad, I suppose. They don't have an all-time data, which is like a bad thing. Powered by data, powered by gifts. Private segment for more details. Option connection news. Okay, trade. If I press on trade, enter symbol of the company. Nifty 50, NSE, Nifty 50. Okay. I want to trade this. Futures, what is that? Aura value, sell. This is how you trade. Or do you buy and sell? I think buy and sell come at the downwards or something. Let me just turn off my DUX mode for some reason. Mm-hmm. Actually, no, let's just go with dark mode. So here we have trade, huh? I can go to portfolio now. I can go to trade, orders and trades. I have no order and trades, convert currency, recurring investment option, change lock, prediction market, try a desktop app, crypto, accept cookies, got it. What is this prediction market? I don't know. I need ChatGPT to kind of explain me, but yeah. I've learned more about tools available to IBKR. No, I'm not going to do that. What is this, by the way? Login external comp. Ask IBKR. Oh, so they have their own AI. What portfolio? What is how is portfolio doing? How portfolio performance compared to benchmarks? Allocation, capital sector average of the field market. Okay. Comparison, security performance, holdings, news, activity. Okay, you can do a lot of things with their AI, huh? It's laggy a little, maybe because I'm if I say how much money do I have, it's like processing your request and also just formulating your insights. My gosh, that's actually good. Your available funds for account is are $0 or something. And I should ask ChatGPT. Is $0. That means yeah, so I cannot buy anything at all. And let's search what that company was that came out. Blanket. Is it here? Blanket India. It's not here. Then go with Microsoft. Right. Nasdaq, Microsoft stock. Is what you'll mainly study. That is in tech. This is the average temperature of any company. Page financial annual reports valuation news watch list. Books, order types, market scanner designed for day traders. Those are different games. A simple learning. What the basic financial statement mean? Income statement, balance sheet, cash flow, start. About 10 case from companies you've already understood. They build a foundation much better than spending time mastering every features in IBKR. So this is Microsoft, and it's not okay. It's falling and down, but it's like okay. When it goes up, I mean, I think you take up, but then you chicken out. It's one again 419 USD or something. So, oh, I guess. Microsoft expensive than Apple. What? Damn. That's just 40,000 rupees per stock. Man, that's so fucking expensive. And why the hell these stocks are so expensive, ChatGPT? For example, the Microsoft is worth about 40,000. Like just one And Apple was worth about 32 or 33,000 or 34. I don't remember, but I just searched it about a couple minutes ago. And Nvidia is worth about, okay, and Nvidia is a lot cheaper than Microsoft for some reason. It's worth about 18,000 per, like, yeah, but then again, 18,000 a stock, a single fucking stock is worth like 18,000 of Nvidia. That's like insanely expensive, man. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. And should I download any app? Like you said, I don't. I just need the website. I mean, like app would be easier to this. Like, like app as the, like, especially the desktop app. Because I think I've got the basics. I can see all the little things and pieces here. I think in terms of price per share, but market like to the value of the entire company. With exactly the same overall, the company is just divide fewer pieces. That's why Nvidia can be cheaper per share than Microsoft. Ah, because it has more. What they say? It has man, it has like a 2 weeks. I think here it hit the high. You have like a total volume, average volume. I think here they like, yeah. Can I buy less than one share? Yes. Okay, let's go with the home. Page not found. Okay. We were supposed to build a fucking business, but we got into investing today. I don't know where I get that. Not the perfect thing to do. Um, Let me just open Interactive Brokers. Accept cookies, of course. Accept cookies. Where can I buy the? I already have an account, bitch. Download IBK Docs desktop. Yeah. Download Windows, Linux, Apple, Interprocessor, Apple Silicon. Okay. It's getting downloaded. Yeah. Yeah. To be honest, I was supposed to study. Yeah, I'm. You can even call this at some point procrastination or something, right? Like, not that, but yeah, a little bit like this would be better, I suppose. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. You can even call this procrastination to some degree, I suppose. Hmm. My beard is growing. My hairs are growing. I don't like my face right now, but then again, who cares? So currently we are downloading the app. Oh, let me go to Microsoft. Okay, they have like different volume. Okay, I open up the Microsoft stock, which cost about 419 USD, which is like about a yeah, about 41,000 or 42,000 something dollars, right? And here it shows like 52-week high, which like in the last 52 weeks, like what is like the price have reached, and like in the last 52 weeks, what is the lowest price point it has ever reached, right? And open and close, right? Today, I think markets are open. I guess it's morning or something. And they open up at 393.54. That means market open up at that. And like it will close at, I don't know, at what? Right. And then there's something called volume, which is like 352K. And there's volume average, 38.7 million. And there's implied volume, 43.431 percentage. And historical value, 35.399 percentage or something. So what does all of that mean? And how is it like, yeah, price so high? So that like how many, like how do you know if like in, like on the portal version, if there's like how many stock the company has, like, is it this volume average that tells us how many stock a company has, or that's just a hallucination that I'm having or something? Right, tell me that, and let's just get it, download it. Yeah, open file. Yeah, so that got downloaded until this generates a response. It's getting downloaded. I wanted to know if that kind of sign that it's kind of like showing is like appropriate or not, I suppose, to some degree. Let me just fix my camera. Yeah. All right. And yeah, here it can says buy and sell. Markets are open. Only when markets are open is that when you can buy. Open. Open the first trade happened to it. Now that's open throughout the day. People keep buying and selling at the end of the trade day. That's a close. So 2 week high and low. Highest price in the last, lowest price in the last. So the lowest price was this. Highest is reach itna, man. Why did Microsoft like, especially about in 2025, if you go like in 2026, like, yeah, in the last 52 weeks. Hmm. Hands today. Move from me to you. Three lakh people on an average trading day. Share outstanding. Where is it? Let me just open up this one. I think browse. We'll just shift that to D. Local disk D. We'll just create a new file. Folder. We'll name it trade. And we'll open this folder. We'll select this and then we'll do next. Create a desktop icon. No, I'm not much into desktop icon. It's part of the net stack, right? That's true. What is this D? D. Oh, so Microsoft pays dividend or something? Didn't knew that. New company fundamentals, outstanding share. Where do you look for outstanding share on log auto? What does that mean? Save. Okay. Ah, so you can do something to the graph. Okay. You can do something to the graph. It has a long history, I suppose. Like, yeah, so 2006, it's open up there. And then it climbed up. Oh my gosh, it kept climbing. But now it's not at its peak, I suppose. But you always see it ends up climbing and falling. Like, these are local trends. You can see instability. Sometimes they can, like when the market crash happened, it kind of like got ruined in 2008. But after that, it just keeps on climbing, and then falling. Like, there's local, yeah, if you bought it here, you gain a rapid uptake, and if you bought it here, then you take a rapid uptake. If you bought it, if you bought it here, you see a rapid up. If you bought it here, but the thing is, like, you never know where it's gonna fall and when it's gonna rise or something. So, for example, currently it's not in the best position. Currently, it's kind of really low. Like, there's a high chance that it may go upward or something, but you just don't know how that gonna happen or anything like that. Yeah, but I just want to see like the last 3 months, which will just improve this, or 1 year actually, not 3 months, which will just include this rather than, yeah. So for the last 1 year, it's pretty much falling. Right, Microsoft is falling. All right, it has reached really low points, like, yeah. Hey, where is the application that I installed? Yep. Finish. Running. Implied volatility falling 2%. Guys, I'll come back with login. Wait a minute for me. I'll just be back after login. Wait a sec, let me just drink some water. Live trading and paper trading are different, right? Paper trading is like, okay. Okay. Again wrong. Right, and there's another thing I wanted to know, and that's yeah, here if I go at not here, especially at here, right? If I go at here, it shows like a enter security code. Okay, yeah, security. Fucking ask for security codes again and again and again. What the fuck? 213124. Okay. 213124. Let me do something, guys, real quick here through snippet. Hmm. I got this page shared accidentally on my live stream, like, so there's not much problem with it, right? If this page got shared, I mean, it shows some code there besides support, and I want to know if like that I can delete my live stream from YouTube. Okay, SPY, okay, and okay. Oh, so you so you can open up that, so you have news. So you can create a workflow design here, which is awesome. You can create a workflow design, okay, and what are the fundamentals, ChatGPT here? Okay. That means I can show this again and again. And I think, okay, how do I offer tables? Okay, watch lists. Okay, they have like an entire, first of all, let me just pick up the chart a little like this, something like that. And let me have some portfolio come in here. You come here. Right, so chart is like a, right, so this is following whatever that is. So we can have chart, we can have multiple tabs going on. So it's like create an entire workspace buy or and sell. Okay. Basic trading, option trading, advanced trading, custom layout. Okay. You have layout, you have news. Okay, news about the stock markets, how they are performing. About the globe. Oh my gosh. Like just look at the and then you have layouts. You can design your own custom layouts, which is great. You have screeners. Okay, what is that? Apple hash charge volume. Okay, you don't know volume average PE. What is that? Opening high low 52 week 52 bid ask. Oh my gosh, people are constantly bidding and oh so many people. So many people. This is like today, which shows you pretty much nothing. Last 3 months tells you something. So it fell incredibly today. And it may rise. Okay, in the it's not performing really well, is it? Like it's falling. Nah, it's really volatile. Guys, look at here. It's really volatile. It falls a lot, right? But it then comes back again. Apple reports to be earning on July 30 with iPhone. That's July 30, 17 sales at 9 year. Apple, okay, high opening price. Let me just, yeah, look at that much, and you can actually have that kind of stuff. Okay, no, we don't have that. Should use fundamental. Watch list, spy. Okay, these are watch lists, and I can add watch list. People are constantly buying and selling. Portfolio. This is my portfolio, guys. It currently shows 0. I've achieved nothing. I've done nothing. Right. Okay. Interactive broker is really cool here. Like it's way cooler than website. Not gonna lie. So fuck website for now. Fuck website for now, guys. We're gonna like, yeah, there's settings, there's feedback, there's a sitemap. What is that? Okay, fuck, I don't know. News. Okay, last 5 days. S&P and these are performing. Last 2 years, they're pretty good. Later portfolio news. Okay, screeners. So many stock, man. So many stock. Oh my gosh. Average volume traded today in these big stocks. Look at Apple, 55 million is average volume traded today. Oh my gosh, how many people are trading these stocks? What the fuck? 119 million. Okay. Oh my gosh. This is what? Apple entire market cap? How do I pick this? Auto refresh? Enable results will refresh every 15 seconds. No. Uh-huh. How do I increase the size? Okay, I guess that's where you have layouts come into the picture, so you can design the layout. Or you have your watch list and you have your portfolio, right? My portfolio, you have the news, and I can extract the bigger the news. Okay, this is really far away from my eyes. That's why I'm having a hard problem looking at all of this. I mean, if my laptop was like here, it's yeah. I mean, I can take it out from the tab. Okay, I cannot do that. Okay, let's just see if I can actually come in here and do it like this. But then again, it's kind of like doesn't show anything then. Yeah, it does show a lot of things, but I mean, I do have a big screen, but okay, I have to come closer to my fucking screen to actually look at all the small things that fucking, I guess I can go to settings now. Wait a sec, guys. And then I can actually increase the size of the screen or something. Settings, buy, sell, order, no, hotkey, light deck, no, I need telelock. Interface, hotkeys, quick trade, call and portfolio view, orders, option, performance, market depth, trading. Now, it's gonna be hell on my eyes, hell of a pain for my eyes to continuously look at the shit. Right. It's gonna be hell on my eyes. Okay, I've downloaded the desktop application of IBKR, like Interactive Brokers, and what I want you to do is like help me with increasing the size of the page, because it's like really small and everything is written so small that I'm not able to see, and it's hurting my eyes at this point. Like, yeah. So we are setting up a, yeah. And where do I find the price charts, the fundamental? And okay, it's so hot in the room. Settings, go to settings, yeah. Look for appearances to play. Even if I do it light, oh my gosh, the light is so light. Show connection widgets in sidebar. Ah, right click. Right click on go show more display settings. Select display settings. We are doing it 175 right now for like okay, we shouldn't be doing 175. We should be just doing 125, right? Like yeah, the one that we are supposed to do. But okay, this screen, and we'll do it 175 or 200 or something. Now that's just gonna increase everything by fucking a lot. Okay, and if I open up Interactive Broker right now, it would be okay. It's a hell. It's hell. So we'll do 175. Let's just see how Interactive Brokers open up. And okay, now everything's bigger. But okay, let me just close minimize this, and then I go to settings, and then I do it 150. Right, I was already stretching it to like what they say, a pretty high when like my main window, like it was already, it's recommended is 100. I was already stretching it by going to 125. But if I open up Interactive Brokers now, okay, retry. It's still kind of not the best thing out there, right? Like it still kind of minimizes itself, but yeah, open high DPI scaling works for some apps. Okay. There, like yeah, the Windows display setting is now actually working. 100% is recommended, and yeah, I think it would be great if this what they say, if this application is like really close to my eyes or something, so we can have that here, but I actually go with 125. The reason behind that is like, okay, my monitor is like slightly away from me, that's why. So like I go for 125. That's like perfect side scale for me. Wait a sec. So I'll just go to like works well for some applications. Let's just see. No. Okay, let's just close the application. Yes. Let's just go with IBKR, and let's just open file location. And let's just open file location. Okay, there's no much. Go to properties. Go to compatibility tab. Change high DPI settings. High DPI. Override high DPI scaling behavior. Enhanced. Let's go with Shumer. Properties, compatibility, change high DPI. Now let's just open up IBKR. I did realize you have to kind of like constantly oh yeah, thank goodness it's not asking for, oh no, it's asking for verification code. It constantly asks for 376497. 6497. I don't even remember if this was true or not. Let's just see if this works or not. Now it's even more smaller than compared to the, yeah. It's even more smaller now. Yeah, we fucking messed up things that we shouldn't have messed up. Okay. Then we got no choice but to. Let's just. Ah. I'm sick and tired of this shit. 967. Oh man, I was supposed to do something productive. 422. I mean, this is productive too. Once, like, yeah, you need to design workflows, right? Without workflows, there's nothing left, I suppose. Ha, it's not responding now. Okay, now it's responding. Okay, this one is bigger than the old one. It's still not big enough. Fuck that. Huh. I can't have the fuck. Unnecessarily causing me problem. Unnecessarily just causing me problem. Yeah, I have no choice. Like, they fucking can't even do that. Like, they fucking cannot even decide to what to scale. Are you shitting me? Oh, man. Huh, this is so bullshit. I mean, a company cannot even decide the scaling. Oh, man, they don't even know, like, how hard it is to fucking look at their software. And I have to fix that shit for them? Stupid bitches. Why should I? But I am doing it right now. I guess I got no choice. It's so impossible to read because of the size of everything being so fucking small. Fuck them. Bitch. I guess this version is built for their mother's fuckers. Fucker mother or whatever. Properties, compatibility. My mom's calling. Someone messaged me. Hama. Back, guys. I'm fucking back. It's so dark. Let's just get some light. Oh, it's rained a little. That's great. That's great, actually. If it rained a little bit or something. I think I would be using IBK or Discord, I guess. If I can open up Bing. No, I tried to do all the things you tell me. I override high DPI scaling, didn't work. I use window display scaling, like yeah, I like increased that, but didn't work out. My monitor resolution is 2560x1440. Right, like I tried to like control zoom and zooming out, and like didn't work out. I tried to go to the UI, but they didn't have any option to increase the size of like anything. So what do I do now? Man. Portal login. I'm kind of sick and tired of this shit. It's time to build like a. So many security layers. Fucking bitches. Yeah, well, interactive brokers is set up, right? So we can do that. I kind of like understood the pretty much basics of it, so not gonna lie. And Shad Subidi, I wanted to look at the more of the fundamental, like revenue, earnings, free cash flow, return on invested capital, and share outstanding till and stuff like that related to the stock that I'm looking at in the stock market. So how do I look at those fundamentals, right? Right. I wanted to because I'm on the currently interactive brokers, and I'm searching for, let's say, any company, like let's say Microsoft, Nvidia, whatever, Nifty 50, or any company. Like I wanted to look at all the fundamentals, those things that I just mentioned about them. Where do I look for them, or do I need entirely different website to look for them, because it doesn't mention them on the no. There's a fundamental section here, right? Here's where it shows there's news, connections, options, code. Yeah. In the fundamentals section, there's Apple Inc., design, manufacturing, market, smartphone, personal computers, tablets. So there's information about Apple Inc., I guess, which is like a summary, company profile, I guess. Journal info. And now they have common shares. They have outstanding, which is, oh my gosh, the number. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion, 10 billion, 100 billion. Or is it a trillion? I don't know. Is it 100? Okay. Outstanding of authorized as it not float as, okay, there's authorized of what is that? 2009. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. It was 5 million in 2009. 627 authorized at. I don't know what that means. There's director and officers. There's Cook and Timpani. Like, okay, there's age, executive chairman of the board, senior vice president, chief officer. Okay, they're people of the company. They have mentioned the people of the company. There's also float as of 6/30/2026. I don't know what that means. Authorized as itna. I don't know what that means. Issues as of date. And then there's a huge number per volume in USD 0.0001. What that means, I don't know that. Preferred shares, I don't know that. Right, but I guess they have mentioned all the director and officer and stuff like that of the company. There's overview. Fair value estimate is 290 USD dollar. uncertainty. It shows on Morningstar. What is that? Also tell me that. It's like Morningstar TM 2-star and ESG risk rating. What is that for? I don't know. Like there's 4 global. Like yeah, go. You can go online onto their website. There's also economic mode TM white. What that means? Mode trend stable. Mode. What do they mean by mode? It's like something that protects the company to not go. ESG rating. What is ESG? Environmental, social, and governance. What is that? ESG score is 7. Controversies. What does that mean? I don't know. Dividends. Dividend shows $1. Payout ratio is 12.27. Next dividend is $0.27. Dividend yield TTM. I don't know what that is. And then there's impact, which says no impact data for AAPL. I don't know that. And the forecast, right, of its prices, I guess. And there's news related to it. Bitcoin rises, like yeah, tech earning. There's events. Okay, there's social sentiment. What that is? Sentiment score. I don't know. Volume score. I don't know that. Apple Inc. phones and smartphone competitors. The market cap. The market cap is $4994.88 billion fucking dollars. That means $4 trillion, right? Securities lending utilization 0.53. Average duration. I don't know what that is. Shortable shares at IBKR 75. Like, you know, it's 75158618. I don't know what that current rate is. 0.2782. Company profile. We see company profile. We've seen the overview now. Like, what is overview? Does it like yeah? Hey, wait a sec. Overview is now sharing more information. What the fuck? Analytics rating. Buy consists buy based on 48 analytic ratings. Key. Okay, financials. Total revenue. Total revenue is 451. Oh yeah, finally we've got an overview. Okay, I was actually looking at investment themes right now. No, I wasn't looking at that. Data approved by reflexivity. I don't know what that is. Competitors. They have competitors too. Oh yeah, so they tells you the competitors of this company. They tell you the brand and the product of this company. Oh my gosh, every product and how much they did it. Okay. There's country exposure, so which country they kind of like operate in. Region exposure, okay, which region. And there's also investment themes. Okay, investment theme exposure tells us like okay. And there's key ratio. I don't know what key ratio is. There's so many questions and you have to answer all of them, ChatGPT, for me. Their price and volume, 7.81 industry average 3.5, 5-year trend. I don't know what that is. Key ratios are PE, Excel, EX items. Don't know that. PE in like, yeah, nothing, know nothing about this shit. And like, there's just number and there's just some high and low graph here. And there's 5-year trend. I don't know what the fuck anything means. And you have dividends. And average dividends is like somewhere about, okay, they have stable dividends. They've never increased or decreased much according to them. Like they give some 20.25, 24, 23. Like, yeah, it's increasing actually. Let me just actual estimate price. I don't know what that is, but 12.72 ratio. Okay, what is any payment ratio? Industry comparison, dividend yield TTM 0.31, industry average versus industry average. I don't know what any of that means, but yeah. I do know dividends is like giving return on like, yeah, so the people who invest in stock, they give $0 or something return to every investor or something. I guess that's what dividends are, or I don't know shit about dividends, I guess. And now, yeah, they have environmental, social, and governance principles. They have 7 ESG score, don't know that. ESG combined score is 3. ESG controversy score is 0. So governance is 8, social is 5, environmental is 8. Reduce use, so I don't know that. They're performing fairly well in governance and like, yeah, but in social, workforce score, human rights score, community score, product responsibility score, poor to excellent. Like, yeah, I like resource use score is pretty high. That means they don't waste resource. Emission score is pretty high. Environmental innovation score is pretty low. That means I don't know what that means. Workforce score is not the best. Human rights score is pretty high, 8. Right, community score is not that high. Our product responsibility score is not that high. Management score is high. Shareholder score is like 7. And management score is 9. That is like highest compared to resource use score and emission score. Ammunition score. Well, I don't know what ammunition score is. Like, I don't know how relevant this information even is. Like, Yeah, like how much weight should we assign to this information? Like, yeah, how much, yeah. And then there's net income, 30 point, there's on financials, we have a total revenue, $11.1118 billion. Sorry, $18 billion. Not 18, like $111 billion, somewhere about, like, yeah, there's 0.18 there too, but yeah. You have gross profit, which is 54.70 gross profit, and net income. What's the difference between that? Gross profit is like, okay, there's total revenue, there's gross profit, there's operating income, which is 35.88 billion, and there's net income, which is 35.83 billion, and there's net income after taxes, which is 29.58 billion. So you have revenue, you have total revenue, you have cost of revenue, you have gross profit. Okay. This is financial, and you have analytics rating. What is that? This is based on 48 ratings. 32 buy, 13 hold, 3 sell. What is that? High itna, mid itna, low itna. So we should buy at the low. Is that what they're saying here in analytic ratings? LSEG ratings, don't know that. Tip ranks ratings, don't know that. Taking time to load. And tip, yeah, the page is taking time to load. And moderate buy, what is any of this? I don't know. Tip ranks sentiment, I don't know that. But it's also predicting buy, average, or low. Okay. Low high is like 400, so you shouldn't buy it if it's $400. Average is $330, and low is $250. So that means you should buy at $250, and like, yeah, it's not gonna fall below that. The past, like, yeah, so I don't know. Okay, new sentiment score, don't know that. There's also bullish, bearish, neutral. Bullish, bearish. What is fucking bullish, bearish, and neutral? There's also Morningstar. Right, Morningstar is, okay, Morningstar rating. I don't know what Morningstar is, what rating. Economic mode, white. Mood trend, stable. Fair value estimate, 290. Okay, fair value estimate. I think, okay, this is like, okay, when you don't have to pay unnecessary high. This is like $290, $290 USD, but like, yeah, that's when it's appropriate to buy, rather than buying it at $400 or something. Like, that's what I think. Uncertainty is medium buy. Bull say, what is Bull say? Apple offers an expansive ecosystem of tightly integrated hardware. Beer say, okay, analytics, renowned bootcamp agreement, API cherry on the top. What is that? Analytic notes, business strategy and outlook. We believe in the holds dominant position at forefront of, okay. Economic moat. We assign people wide economic moat, streaming for customer switching costs, entangle assets, and network. Economic moat trend. Okay, on the page of analytics rating, I mean, ratings, they have what they call economic mode trend, capital allocation, financial health, business description, full report, capital allocation, risk and uncertainty, scenario analysis, fair value, and profit drivers. I don't know what that is, but yeah, there's also mentioned that here. Cash flow per share, proceed. Yeah, today we end up doing this. Even though we were supposed to work on our business, we end up working on a little bit on stock market. I mean, like, yeah, I built an account yesterday, and yeah, or maybe day before yesterday. They also have what they call net debt revenue, EBT per share, EBIT. What is that? EBITD, whatever the fuck that is. Enterprise value, which is now mentioned. Capital expenditure 1.97. Like, yeah, their net debt is 16.2 B. Like, yeah. So we have done entire research on, like, yeah, their ROE, PCT, cash flow per share, Dividend per share is 0.26. Gross margin, you have book value per share or something, whatever that is. And then you have ownership. All right, I guess, yeah. Okay, what is ownership? Institution, others. Okay, man, there's so much data. Like, okay, 227.92 million shares. Or is it million shares or million, like worth of shares? I mean, I don't know. Institution like Vanguard Capital Management, BlackRock Institutional Trust, State Street Investment Management, Geo Capital Management, they all owned like hundreds of millions of stock of Apple, right? Like they own millions of shares, millions. Okay, how many fucking shares are there of Apple? And there's Berkshire Hathaway Inc., which was belonged to what was the name again of that guy? What was the name of that guy? Warren Buffett. They own like, yeah, they own two like strategic entities and institutions. So institutions own so much of the shares of Apple. Total volume is 2.5 trillion. And the value of those shares, oh my gosh, Vanguard Capital Management owned $242 billion worth of shares from Apple. BlackRock Institution Trust, never heard of that. Straight Trees Investment, they own billions. Oh my gosh. And there's BlackRock Asset Management, BlackRock Investment Management. This BlackRock company is just coming up again and again in different ways. It owns so much of Apple stocks. BlackRock Japan.co.ltd. What the fuck? BlackRock, or like, is that the same company? Yeah, BlackRock. I think what the fuck? BlackRock Netherlands. They own $7.98 billion worth of share. What the? Okay, USB Asset Management, UBS, sorry, not USB, UBS Asset Management from Switzerland, America, and UK. All of them own about in total of 988. That would be, okay, that's a lot of shares in terms of billions of shares. Okay, but Vanguard Capital Management and BlackRock owns the most of the shares. Strategic entities. Now, I don't know what strategic entities means, but yeah, they also own a lot of. So it's like ownership. Who owns the company the most? So institution, strategic entities, and the rest of it goes to, like, there's a blue. What is the rest of it? Like, I think the rest of it goes to us people, to normal people, and how much they own of it. And there's also ratings of big institution buying and selling these stocks here. And there's social sentiment. Okay, man. There's also smart insider, estimate release, security lending, short selling sentiment, ownership. Okay, man. Trading Central, search. There's fucking so much. Tip ranks. Okay, it's new. But ChatGPT, what matters the most? There's so much data. There's so much data. What matters the most out of all of the data here? Like, which is the most dominant variables that I should keep an eye on? There's so many different variables. I don't give a shit about them. What is the biggest variables I need to keep an eye on? Because even if you go in overview, which is Morningstar rating, key ratios, investment themes, like, 1 year performance of their smartphones, their consumer electronics, their websites, wearables, and PC manufacturing. I think they had the highest revenue from PC manufacturing, dividends, and their financials, like, total revenue, like, yeah, financials. They have like forecast, news, events, and analytics ratings, I guess. Ownership, institution owns about 66.5, 1.63 is owned by entities, and 31.87 is owned by others. Okay, Apple, like, market cap is 4.9 trillion. Okay. Yeah. But there's one thing I don't realize: how much the people of the Apple itself owns it. Like, the people from the Apple itself, how much they own it. Like, yeah. What is code? I don't know. What is option? Option chain analytics? I don't. Okay. Disclaimer. Projection and other information generated by regarding like a various investment outcome are hypothetical in nature, do not reflect actual investment results, and not go into future. They do not consider any visual personal profile, investor decision, or other factors that would typically be used when this may vary user would like, yeah, okay. So ultimately what they're saying is that, I don't know what any of this is. What this tab does, market, okay, discover, exchange, change market. I think there is two ways to actually invest in stock. The first is like, okay, where it was like, let's just get back to our Apple stock that we were actually researching. Or shall we go with Nvidia? Let's go with Nvidia and let's just check out their fundamentals or something. Right. So they are a lot cheaper than Apple. I mean, but I still want to go their market share, like how big they are. And yeah, morning. Oh, they have a very better rating. They have wide moat. They have more trend positive. Uncertainty very high. Okay, they give it uncertainty very high. Dividend 2.8. That's higher than Apple. Environmental social governance. Okay. Total revenue or 2. Okay, this is less than. Okay. Apple has double the revenue of this shit. Apple earns double the revenue of this shit. By forecast. Okay. Institution 24 others. Like, yeah. Investment financials. If you go to total revenue, itna, gross profit, itna. But if you just try to open up the interactive brokers in the other website, we can't do that. Fuck you, bitch. Fuck you. Yeah. Let's go to Apple. And I have the desktop application too, IBKR. And I want to see where fundamental shows on there too, for example. So we are Apple. Let's go to fundamental. Let's go to financials. Let's wait for our application to open up. Let's just quickly, let me log in into this shit. Now they'll send me a notification, which is it's already the lunchtime. The best part is like we've got so much understanding today, like asymmetric, like yeah, when you throw it yourself at new things, it gives you the most information, asymmetry or something like that. Interactive brokers open up. It's loading though. I think it's like computation overload or something, but let's go with financials. This is financials of Apple and Nvidia. So 81 total revenue, 111. Okay. Hey, this company gives double the revenue, not double, sorry, just about, okay, gross profit, operating income. Oh, there's operating income. I don't know. Net income. Net income. I think, fuck, Nvidia is underpriced. What? Nvidia is underpriced? Okay. Mm. Different data. The warehouse, not an investment thesis. Okay, wait a sec. We go to calculator, we do a C. We go to standard and we say, okay, rating income. 3 def by revenue. 81. 0.65. Hmm. I'm locked out. Hmm. They're giving massive dividends. Nvidia is giving massive dividends in the past. It didn't used to give this much dividends, I see. Hmm. Hmm. Valuation. They work at 54% gross profit. Oh my gosh, look at it. So for example, the under revenue, like yeah, 50%, the margins are so fucking high. Oh my gosh. This year they did in gross profit $54.78 billion, and their revenue was 3,111.18 billion. It's like they were revenue, right? So they earn that much, but gross profit pretty much means after the cost of like so that means it only cost them about $40 billion to actually make the things they make, or $50 billion, somewhere about that. Yeah, because 56 doubled. So like 50% is the, oh my gosh, is the like what you can say is like the 54. The double of 54 is 108. So yeah, and slightly more than that. So you have like a 50% is the 50 to 48 to 49, or 50% like is somewhere between that percentage, like their gross profit, right? So it's almost like reaching 50%. That's their gross profit, but profit after operating expenses, that reaches a 35. Profit before income tax, like operating. Okay, now they're okay, operating. It takes them about to generate that much value. They had to use 10 point billion dollars, 35 to 45 and 55. They use about $20 billion to actually generate the revenue of $1.111.18 billion. So that takes about $20 billion to generate that value, right? 50 is 56 something about the 50, like 60 or 70 to like, billion dollars to just $60 billion, something about that to just generate the value. So that's 60 plus 20. That's at the end of the day, that's 60 plus 20, that's 80. So at the end of the day, you have $31 billion or somewhere around that, or something. But after taxes, all the like, yeah, you're just left with it's $29 billion final accounting profit, diluted ESP. Yeah. Research and development, marketing. Now, out of those $29.55 billion, you still have to pay for research and development, marketing, administration, corporate sales, interest, and taxes. Yeah. So at the end of the day, they only have net income of $29 billion, whereas NVIDIA has net income, come again. Net income before tax, net income after. Their net income is 58.3. Oh my gosh. And net income after, oh my gosh, the net income is so higher than Apple. The total revenue is low, but their net income is higher than Apple, a lot higher. That means you have total revenue, you have gross profit itna. Apple's gross profit is itna. That means they actually make it for cheaper and sell it for expensive. Operating income is higher. Okay. What is operating income? Come again? Profit after operating expenses. Okay, so after operating expenses, this is what's left. So total revenue, this is the gross input, but after you receive worker labors and all that, this tax net income before taxes is somewhere about this, but after tax it's somewhere about this. I don't get everything. What again? Operating income pretty much means, okay. Let me just copy this to my Obsidian notes. I just know I'm gonna use it for a long time, this page. Like, yeah, so operating income is profit after operating expenses. Gross profit, this is like profit. This is like real profit. Where is it? IBKR, fuck IBKR. I shouldn't have downloaded the page. I don't even need it. Yeah, do you wanna? Yeah, fuck that. Let's just close that. We may use in the future, but not right now. We can even unisys it, but yeah. Per diluted share, what does that mean? I don't know. Net income, final accounting profit, net income. So you have net income after taxes. This is yeah. Operating expenses. So earnings before interest and taxes. This is like a simple heuristics to remember. I need to learn all of that at some point, right? IBT, earning before interest, taxes, and capital expenditure. Capital expenditure. Where do you look at the capital expenditure? Okay. No, this is April 2026. Trend is going up. For operating income is increasing. Total operating expenses is increasing. Yeah. Selling. Okay. Then gross profit is increasing at a rapid pace. Cost of I don't know. Total revenue is like increasing. Revenue is increasing. What is decreasing? There's nothing decreasing. Dividend per share is stable. This is stable. Okay, this is what others than net interest, INC, non. I don't know what these two are, but they are kind of gives a lot of different information. But yeah, and if you go with Nvidia, total revenue is not increased, it decreased. I mean, so that's why market kind of like must have priced it a little bit. Cost of revenue, gross profit. Like yeah, so now these big agencies who own a lot of shares would start selling shares of these, and it not. Their net operating income, but the revenue wasn't stably increased. Like, but it's like okay, March, uh, it's in 27 December 28, 29 March 50 25 trend revenue. What is Q3? Yeah, I think looking at these charts is the most important thing. So the revenue is increasing, there's operating costs are rising. Why is operating costs are rising? How much they would rise? What kind of condition circumstances causing that? And what kind of expenditure? How much would they expend and what they must expend? Like yeah, okay. And if they expend that much, like why should I actually be with them, or why should I not actually be with them, right? What is the reason behind, like if they what is the reason behind their ability to generate money or something? Like yeah, right. All of those questions come into picture. So now you have hundreds of questions. You need to understand if the market is growing or not. It's okay. If the market is growing, then it means is their expenditure is growing faster than their ability to make products. Okay, what they're inventing, what new things they're actually going through, what their rate to beat the competition, what they're competing, what their edge, what their moat. Book value per share, accountability, equity, cash flow per share. There's so much. There's so much. There's so much. Smallest unable usable stock list checklist. What produces the company revenue? Why the competition not easily take it? Is revenue growing organically? Is revenue growing organically? Are operating income and FCR sharing growing? Are shares sustainably above the cost of capital? Are margins stable or improving? Are share being diluted or reduced? Achieve survival under stress. Okay, there's nothing. There's also nothing company. Okay, well, what is nothing? Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I do have to do entire research. I'll come after. Like, yeah, we're done with this for now. Okay. I mean, I'll say Vivaric. The thing is, okay, because we need to buy a book, and we did realize, okay, not buy a book, read one or two book on this topic, because I think I'm not the perfect person to actually start investing just right now, and we do need to get some capital on from my dad's account. All right, we do have to link the account too. So, yeah, we need to get those two things done. Actually, yeah. Now that I think about it, so yeah, that's true. And what else? Yeah. We need a book, most asymmetric books that talks about investing and stuff like that, and why value grows and something like that. And now we have to actually move towards building something, understanding construction industry and something like that. Yeah, we are actually getting started into investing too, I suppose. Yeah, I'll be back in a, what they say, in a 30, 40, or maybe even 50. It can take a lot of time. It can take a lot less time. So sometimes it depends on the mom how quick she gives the food. But yeah, I'll come at 3, and then 3 to 4 we'll study, and then I'll have to go to gym. So or we'll try to because we have this idea, and then we have to come back to that idea. Maybe I feel like lazy enough because like, yeah, today I woke up late because I was working till 2 a.m. at the night. Right, I have something to show here, which is like an entire. But how can I even show it? It's like on my entire boat, but like but it's like entire analysis that I did on, like, yeah, on markets and something like that. So I was working till late at night. So it's like yeah, my work hours like 6, 7, 8 hours a day. Literally, even when I'm downstairs, I'm literally using like either the Obsidian notes, either researching, either thinking about the things, either like, yeah, either checking what can be built, checking websites and apps, and yeah, Ashraf didn't know the search demands. I am working throughout the day, not gonna lie. Right, since morning, like we need to get in the what they say, I actually needs to actually create another project. There's so many projects that we build. I mean, over time, yeah, these projects add up, honestly. Um, and they'll always add up more and more. Okay, let's just add a project. Let's just call it investing. Oh, I already created an investing project. Wait a sec. I don't remember. I probably didn't, but let's just check it out. Show more. We have cybernetics active inference. We have a script project. We have pure cybernetics active inference. Informative edge, like active inference. Okay, let's just see what active inference has. No project. Okay, let's just delete active inference. We have cybernetics. Yeah, we're gonna get back to pure biology. We're gonna get back to its script. Funny NKSL description. Funny sleep introduction. Okay, life problems. Okay. Like, let's just kill another, which is investing. Investing. That's it. This project would be used for my entire life now. Let's just, where's the chat? Where's the chat? Okay. And let's just edit this one. Code is black. But black is not visible, so we're gonna go with something dark. Gray. Blue. We can go with blue. Yeah, that's just good actually. Yeah. Founder Sheldon backward. Yeah. I'll be back in a couple of minutes or hours, or I don't know. Like, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm back after a long break, and well, I ended up talking about a couple of things with my mom, and yeah, so let's get back to work, I suppose. Hmm. It's so hot in the room. Yeah, I'm kind of tired, maybe because my sleep cycle is kind of fucked because of like I slept at like 4 a.m. rest of the night. I wake up at 10 or 10, 11 or 10:30, somewhere about, yeah, 10:30. Yeah, that's when woke up or something. So uh, my AC is so fucking. Oh yeah, man. I'm kind of tired. Yeah, investing in itself is a big industry. I don't know. Should I even pay attention to investing at this point? Like, yeah, man. I'm trying to get into a demon that's like really hard, I suppose. Maybe I should add ChatGPT, I suppose. What else? Or I even get into investing? GPT, what do you think? Like, should I even get into investing or not? Like, should I even try? Right, I'm 19. What are the advantages if I start investing right now or not? Because like investing in itself is like a big load or something, and I don't think so I will be able to take up that load. I have a load of reading asymmetric books. Maybe in the future I guess I should start it. But then again, I can get into a habit of investing a lot of my money because I realize that it has a lot of immense value. But like yeah, what has more value? Building like it's of course building stuff, right? I don't even have much money, so building stuff, creating websites, building tools, and solving problems for the masses, reducing uncertainty, reading most asymmetric books about certain stuff. All right, so should I even be doing investing at this point? Like, yeah, because I think the more you try to reach out a couple of things or multiple things, the more you dilute the things that you're doing simultaneously. What that causes, like, yeah, it doesn't give all the benefits that you want, does it? Like, yeah. Should I even do investing guys or not? I don't know, but why did I even got into like the thought of doing it, man? Ah, man, I always have these thoughts where I'm doing like YouTube, where I feel like, oh, let's do some, and then I convince myself that okay, I'm actually sick and tired of myself. I'm really tired. I'm really tired. Of myself and what I'm doing with my life. I try and try and try, but I rarely succeed. I rarely succeed. Hmm. Construction labor burden calculator. Okay, so what does this construction labor burden calculator would even do? Right. So I should share my screen, right? Mm. And we'll go to Ashraf or something. Where is it, Ashraf? Yeah. Hmm. Okay, it's just too much night. Labor burden is added expenses on a company pays on top of. The total cost a business incurs to employ someone beyond the base wage or salary. for added base wages, their comprehensive figure could. Street and continuously allocating capital. Produce local money, suppose. 1,000 annually. Hmm. That's an entry cost terminology, mental models, tools, information streams, evolution, decision fatigue. Five simultaneous ambition do not give you five stream of progress. They often give you five half contested control system, each generating noise. It becomes you're investing and if you can Warren Buffett, the mental model is which efforts on building. You can interact and investor when you resist in a simple scam. Future cash flows, I guess. Yeah. We would not be doing investing at all for at least 1 year now. Yeah, let's just fucking forget about it and let's just start going back to work. Stan, okay, what is labor burden? GPT, could you explain me what is labor burden? Like, yeah. So I'm trying to build a labor burden calculator that construction companies have, right? Small. So like, yeah, what is labor burden? Explain me start to end. Like, tell me as if I'm like someone who's like never been into construction industry, because that's the truth. Like, yeah. Is the extra cost of company pays because it employs a worker beyond the worker's basic wage. Does not mean it also spent for employee payroll, expenses, insurance, holidays, bonuses, safety, community, universal training, health. Labor burden, total burden cost. Base burden labor cost. The labor burden is often chosen percentage. Within minutes, okay. An example, itna at night. Okay, let me just watch a YouTube video by this guy. Ian. By this guy. Okay, 28, 22 point labor burden calculation. Basics. They open up and binge videos. What the fuck? Trash.
This example, we're going to walk through how to go calculate, truly
them,
calculate
right?
a labor burden. This is a labor burden just for a project manager or a non-union craft labor, non-prevailing wage. It does not include fringe benefit.
Rate count.
And it's just a real good example of how to calculate it. Before we dive into the exact calculations, I want to say, this has to be probably one of the most incorrect terms that we hear thrown around in the industry. Seems like everybody has an opinion. Oh, we run at a 15% labor burden, a 13% labor burden. This is what I carried in my estimate. This is what it was.
okay, labor burden is like, okay, y'all looking at control. Cost of employing labor, okay. Base wages, labor burden. Burden costs. Wrong before considering profit, materials, tools, overhead. The exact time depends on the country and company, but they usually fail. The costs exposed by law, such as employee payroll tax. Combination provider fund calibration, employee insurance combinations, worker compensation insurance.
At the last company, so on and so forth. We often get asked a question about, you know, what's the average labor burden or something like that. There is no perfect answer to any of these things. The answer is sit back and do the math. Take a look at it individually for your company, the things that go into your labor burden, and the time. You know, quite honestly, these things change. I mean, your workers' comp rates change over time. You know, state insurance rates change over time. Your unemployment factor changes over time. Variety of things change over time. So what's important is every year, every 6 months, you go through, you create some worksheets similar to the one shown for the different classifications within your organization, and make those available to estimate.
Yeah, man, there's no competition here. So there's nothing like labor burden definition, cost exchange, and oh, they give a calculator. What the fuck? Asian policies, labor burden versus overhead. Costs that are immediately visible and by base wages are not from the construction accounting should be tracked separately. Labor burden includes the cost tied directly to taxes, payroll taxes. What is payroll taxes? Okay, Gemini is one of the best, or one of the best. Could you tell me what are payroll taxes? Like, yeah, like tax, like payroll tax, like especially in construction industry. Like, I'm gonna use Gemini 2 right now. Employee well expensive office rent, certain utility may stable others such as general liability, insurance, administrative. So for example, general liability preemptively auditable will increase alongside contractor payroll. The combination of taxes tied directly to employee wages split between mandatory. Here's a breakdown of standard pay tax obligation followed by specific complexities applying to construction industry. Employer employment total 12%. So okay, can I not scroll? Yeah, I can scroll. Mediocre FEC split. Itna 29 total rate paid by. No wages cap additional is the federal employment employer only paid by. So the Medicare they both pay it. Social Security they both pay it. Rate only 0.6 effective target tax on the first. Construction calculating and remitting payroll tax is significantly more complex than in the standard tax. Okay, we are solving that thing for the people, I suppose, in construction industry. Cheat sheet. Well, tax like Social Security and Medicare. FICA, which is $8 worker compensation insurance. Employee paid health, dental, and vision insurance. Itana paid time off. Retirement combination. Okay, paid leave. So it's like, okay. Retirement combination 401k match. It's not okay. Let's say Ashraf, like, yeah, so we can look. What's probably that the title is like labor burden, right? How many people are searching that? Labor burden. LABER, right? My spelling is right. LABOR. BURDEN. BURDEN. Labor burden calculator. It's easy to rank at the top, right? So yeah, let's just rank at the top. Yeah, let's just try to fix that for construction industry. The search volume is really low, right? But at the same time, people constantly how to calculate labor burden, easy. Okay, less than 100, but a couple of people like labor burden rate calculator, like, yeah, okay, so it's easy to rank. At the same time, there is some slight demand, like no demand, and like, yeah, let's just go with that. How calculate labor burden for construction fee calculator. Labor burden for construction. Labor burden is construction is a set of full cost of employee pays on the top of employee to actually have the worker burden rate on a $20 wage means the true cost of the person. Our labor burden is what separate contractors who bid accurately from contractors who bid blind. Federal payroll taxes, FITA. State payroll taxes, generally liability insurance taxes, okay, retirement. Okay, match, okay. Burden formula, the math is straightforward. Fully burden rate equals base wage hour plus 1 plus annual burden cost for an employee. Like the example, 20 per dollar, 2,000 hours per year, 41,000 annual wages. $1,000 annual wages, add everything. Pays for that employee FIFA, okay. Itna, okay, worker camp have a class it topper. Allocation, health insurance. Retirement match, PO plus holidays, 10 days. Total burden, it's not on itna which is 44 burden rate. The burden rate is high. Burden rate to itna 20 per hour. Doesn't cost you 20, it costs you almost 29 an hour if you're biting 4 hours call. Cost your real cost is it now your 20% rate is just negative, it's just become negatives. Burden trade, Havoc 30 to 55%. Plumbing, okay, this website is actually pretty good. We can actually bookmark it for our project right now. We can later unbookmark it, but I guess this explains everything too efficiently. Create, but okay, thank you. Yeah, concrete, electrical, plumbing, similar to Havoc and vehicle heavy. It's not concrete. It's not okay. So labor. So for example, they're going and then you have to the labor burden. You're paying them 20. I get it now. You're paying them to. For example, you have one labor in your shop. You have a shop where and a couple of labors. So for example, they just do paint. So like 20,000 you have like per month. You pay them, that's their job. But after that, you have to pay, like, let's say they want to eat something someday, you have to pay for the petrol, you have to pay for which counts as labor burden. Okay. You have to pay electrical, lower working capital. Okay, let's recall, like, yeah, Havoc plumbing service. You have to pay for their tools a lot of time. If they broke, you have to pay for, like, if like any injury that happens while doing the work. Like, you know, if they make mistakes, you have to pay for them. Right, I get it. Now construction high worker, but I guess there's also taxes they pay in America or something, which is not done in local shops in India. Right, because they can just kind of like, yeah, roofing, the highest worker camp class in most states is roofing. 20 times can easily cost. Pool construction, itna mid-range worker com equipment heavy to dig in shell faces, fencing, dock, hence grave, itna work. Scam moderate worker material, labor on these. Man, labor burden is not a small thing. It's a big thing. Well, labor burden kills bids when you ignore it. Fuck, we find a good thing. Okay, people are generally looking for it, at least in a month. And there's a big industry for labor burden. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of labor burden that people have. Labor burden calculator. Let's go with labor burden calculator this time. We're just gonna copy this shit if this shit can be copied, right? And then we're gonna find out our labor burden calculator. Ranking is easy, right? Keyword difficulty gives an estimation of hardest to rank in the top 10 organic search results. Volume is greater. Labor burden calculator has like, okay, people are actively looking for it. 6 ways to automate AEO with AI search optimization. I don't know what that is, but yeah. No killed builds when you ignore them. Pick any specialty trait. You bid a job. You assume what looks like 20% margin. You build in what looks like. You win and bid. You win the bid, beating the contractor down to job real labor cost itna. Okay, so real labor cost was itna to itna. 1.45. Your 20% margin was actually minus 16% margin. You have lost $11 an hour for every billable hours. 120. Without seeing it happen, you finished the job, your bank balance went up because you paid because it came due. You think you made money, you bid the next job at the same rate. 1 year and 20 jobs later, you can't make payroll, you don't know why, and the contractor down the road who bid 8% higher and lost the work is still in the business. The bid wasn't excessive, the bid was wrong. Labor burden is what makes the difference between an aggressive bid and a fictional bid. How to track labor burden inside QuickBone Oakline. Making sure button actually shows up on your job profile you were told, otherwise your reports lie too. Oh, they made a tool. They made a fucking tool. Okay. Book a discovery call. Level accounting and advisory. Follow us on social media. 5-star. That accounting she shoot. Okay, that's great. That's great. They've made a thing. We just have to copy the shit. Pick your trade. Havoc plumbing. Okay. Approximate. Okay. Trade present not a false. Workly rate. Annual hours. And FIFA Social Security plus Medicare. FIFA plus SUTA. Okay. Workers camp stand for insurance. GL allocation. Health insurance. 3 itna. Okay. PDO plus holidays. Itna. And then total like yeah. Enter your number above to see your cost. Okay. Let's just add 20. Let's just add this. Let's just add this. And let's just add health insurance. Like health insurance is like, it's pretty zero. Okay, that looks ugly. Please, could you save that? And 10 points off, but nothing where the fuck? It's not calculating. What the fuck? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. What? It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Like, it should calculate something. Okay, so their free tool doesn't work, which is another advantage. We'll just make that work. We'll just make the one that works, huh?
For estimating projects, make them available to project managers, so when they're calculating.
The Huawei construction payroll task is unique. Multi-state and multi-jurisdictional works. Crews often move job sites across cities, countries, and state. Employment must track hours by physical project location. T and state unemployment tax. State unemployment SUTA are generally owned where the work is performed, not where your headquarters is located. The R5 stayers by whom? There's only, okay. What? Isn't this just too good? There's so many people who are recommending their fucking shit. I think these are overall because these are overall reviews for across the boats. John Buck. There's no repeating name. James B. Great to work with. Very proactive. Inspecable about us. Our approach, services, bookkeeping, job quick integration, tax strategy and planning, payroll, tax preparation and filling job, pricing, resources, events, okay, client portal, book a call. I see they really have a lot of customers, huh? They run an agency. Let's just go to pricing. But I mean, I'm not gonna help. I'm just gonna build a calculator that helps people to calculate, nothing else. Site is being unresponsive. My internet is pretty fast, so site is being just unresponsive. This is just AI generated garbage, but then again, or is it real? Man, AI is getting so good. Is that you're not? It's AI generated garbage.
All right, if you're a contractor, you know the feeling. Counting bill, and it's all over the map. One month it's this, the next it's that, and you're left wondering, am I getting a good deal here, or am I just getting taken for a ride? Well, today we're going to pull back the curtain and demystify what's really going on with those costs. So here's our game plan. First, we're tackling that big old price puzzle. Then we'll look at the three main ways contractors usually set up their accounting. We'll dive into the big debate, hourly versus fixed billing. After that, I'll walk you through a two-fee structure that's all about transparency. And finally, we'll get to the bottom of what it really costs to have crystal clear financials.
Okay, let's just get right to it. The accounting price puzzle. Seriously, why is there such a huge, crazy range in what accountants charge? It feels totally random sometimes, right?
And this leads to that nagging question in the back of your head, am I overpaying? Paying for stuff I don't even need? Or maybe even scarier is that super cheap bookkeeper I found cutting corners I don't even know about, corners that could cost me a fortune later?
I mean, look at this. The range is just wild. We're talking anywhere from $150 a month all the way up to over $6,500 a month. That giant chasm between those two numbers, that's where all the confusion, all the stress comes from. So let's start making sense of it. So to really get why the prices are so different, we've got to understand the landscape. There are basically three common ways contractors handle their accounting. Let's break them down. Okay, first up, you've got the classic piecemeal approach. You hire an outsourced bookkeeper and then a separate CPA for your taxes. Sounds logical, right? But the problem is, they often don't talk to each other, so nobody's seeing the whole picture. Next, there's the all-in-one outsourced firm. The price is pretty similar, and yeah, one team handles it all, but they probably won't get into the nitty-gritty of your day-to-day job costing. And finally, the most expensive route, bringing a bookkeeper in-house and still using an outside CPA. You get someone dedicated for sure, but that bookkeeper isn't doing tax strategy and you're in a real bind if they suddenly quit. There's no backup.
So that's the who, but the how they charge is a whole other story. And this is a big one. It really boils down to two philosophies, billing by the hour or a flat fixed monthly fee.
And check this out. The industry is definitely moving in one direction. More than half of all accounting firms, 54% to be exact, are now on a fixed fee model. Only 10% are sticking to the old school hourly billing. That's not a small shift. The market is speaking, and it's saying something important. So why is everyone jumping ship from hourly? Well, it really all boils down to incentives. Think about it. With hourly billing, your bill can be different every single month. There's no predictability. And what's the firm's incentive? Honestly, to take longer. The more hours they work, the more they get paid. And every time you pick up the phone or send an email, cha-ching, that's another line item on your bill. Now flip that. With a fixed monthly fee, you know exactly what you're paying every single month. And now the firm's incentive is to be super efficient. They want to build great systems so they can serve you well without wasting time. And communication? It's baked right in. You can call or email whenever you want without worrying about the meter running. And this quote from Jake Andrews at Level Accounting just nails it. He says, "Fixed fee billing means we're on the same team. Our goal is to give you great service, not to find reasons to bill more hours."
I guess there's another problem that these people have. It's like, hourly rate, and each month I can pretty much imagine the chaos that they must have to go through, because it's like each month they have entire team working on hourly basis, and then you have to keep track of who's working what hour, and then you'll have to pay them, and then you'll have to, and those hours are constantly changing for one person every year, like especially if it's a construction team for every week or every month, right? So it's like
change order rate.
not every week or almost every month, right? So you
Things
can
like-
never keep track of what is the payment, right?
Like that, they have all these tools available. Okay, again, this is all based on one worksheet, like we saw on the front page. If you want a copy of this worksheet, it's really a work in progress. This isn't this perfect end-all be-all worksheet, so you're always going to have to add sections to.
Okay. I did open up Kimi 3. Okay, what am I fucking saying? Hey, I was trying to off it for this page, but what the fuck? Okay, whatever. Kimi K3, man. Kimi K3 looks so hot, so hot. Though I would say Kimi A3 kind of like started hallucinating a lot. They literally have a wait list, and millions of people want to buy that. They didn't expect it, that the second order effects, and now because of that, they're losing money every hour. The more while make construction payroll taxes unique, in construction calculating the remaining payroll tax is significantly more. Multi-scale and multi-jurisdictional crews often move different job sites, different employment must track hours by physical project location. If FRI benefit obligations are paid out as in cash, employee wages, the extra cash is payroll taxes. Tax strategy contributing fridge dollars directly into approved benefit plans, health insurance, retirement, keep those tax exempt saving with employers. The higher state unemployment rates, SUTA. As construction experience higher seasonal turnover than project. Base construction companies in higher baseline SUTA resters compared to off-base businesses. Heavy security and worker classification. MSI field workers as independent contractors rather than employees. If a subcontractor uses your tools. Okay, I don't know what the shit they're talking about, all of them. Any shit, because I don't know much about industry.
Do it, adjust it to be specific.
But I think I have to. How do US industry, like US construction industry function? Like, because there's so many different things that I'm finding out, which is called FICA, FUTA, SUTA, right? And especially like, there's so much multi-state and multi-jurisdictional work, but there's so many different laws, there's like rules. I wanna quickly want a deep summary of that, so that what I want to do is I don't know much about construction but I did find out there's in the market. I did some research using AIs, and I find out there's actually a problem called labor burden. All right, so in construction you have labor burden. So first of all, you have a base rate. like what you pay, and then on the top of that you have labor burden. That, yeah, so it's like the annual, the final money you pay to um to a worker becomes so big. But the point is like there's so many different things. I just want to know much about how US construction agencies functions, and even small businesses or local people who, but like, local contractor who just not build big houses, but just build simple homes or something. Like, how do they function? And especially in US, what are the laws, what are the things they have to constantly keep in mind of? Like, and like, especially what's the difference between the small agents and the big agents, right? Yeah, that too. So yeah, like from start to end, I need to know almost everything. So keep detailed dial, and make sure like the explanation is kind of like is coherent, right? So there's layers of it. So it's like each layer explains the next one, rather than like, just throwing new terms at me and like, to explain me reason why there's something like that. Like, what I really want is like a mental model so I can build websites that can actually help other people, and especially in construction industries, because I'm finding out that there's not much tools built for that. Right. So, and especially targeting the US audience, right? And yeah, the US market or something. So yeah. Okay, we're gonna not gonna bet ourselves on ChatGPT or something. But yeah. They're thinking, let's just copy this to Kimi K3 then. And let's just copy this to Gemini. Thinking effort standard. But if I have like, yeah, I can have extended thinking. It's problem solving pro. Like, yeah, since I have tokens, let's just burn them like water or something. They both are searching the web. Let's just see what answers. Personal intelligence. Yeah, let's just leave that. Both of them doing the same job. Let's just see like who gets it first in, but it's not just about overhead rate calculator, order pricing calculator, dump size and derbish calc estimator, labor burden calculator. Winnable CEO. Why there's so many object job? Log generate. Okay. Ability. All of these are pass. And all of these are actually setting 7. So if you can build a price like all of these tools for construction industry, while understanding how construction industry works over time, especially in US, then we can actually we can have a lot of traction. So we have contractor overhead calculator, change or PDF generator. I mean, yeah, this is reject. I get it why they make it reject. Oh, we can do this. This is actually good. I didn't know we can do that. Right, so redundant with pricing tool. Yeah, subscribe a big normalizer. MCC literally 0. Manufacturing cost and complexity. What is MCC? Low MCCM. Oh, when MCC is 0, MCM2. Okay. Subtractor bid normalizer. Okay, that means the complexity is really high. Bid no bid calculator. Demand appears too thin. Okay. Demand. Okay. Computation efficiency. Crude estimator. Versus margin calculator. Cash flow calculator. Payment schedule generator.
To your company, change rates, things like that. If you want a copy of it, send a quick email over to info@dbrownmanagement.com, and we'll shoot it on over. The should be noted that this particular example, again, as I mentioned, it doesn't include union fringes. You could easily add in a section for that. Keep in mind that if you add in a section for union fringe benefits, not all of those fringes, some of them will and some will not be included.
But does not mean enough people explicitly search for standalone tools. Misaligned with at supported search estimated versus. They become useful after action creation. They help us. Privacy in transit. Stronger idea. In target. That's why we only have like a 7. It says buy. Validate source demand, validate source demand, validate to your route. Strong proxy. Adjust the score. Okay. Construction. There. Okay. Okay, they give me the best initial market scope. Okay. They literally explain the entire market to me. Which is awesome. Right. And construction payroll. Okay, they give me. Let me just put it here. They're giving me 2 options to select from. I don't know, but to be honest, more helpful. All right, yeah. They're trying to track feedback from what they say from just like how ChatGPT used to get feedback back in the day. All right. Yeah, they fucking selling a cheat sheet. So that they could fucking send spam emails. Oh man, construction coverage or something.
in the tax rate calculations and so such. Anyways, this worksheet, it's basically organized on the left-hand column. You've got numbers, 1 through 30, and then as we go through the worksheet.
Okay, web novel industry has millions, if not millions of people. I mean, let's just get it black. Let's just open our tool. Like yeah. So how about we use the idea checker to actually build for how about building a web novel website or something. So like for example, this is okay, yeah, we are building micro tools for something like yeah, for construction industry. But then we can have like a YouTube industry, right? Effective ideas rejected in states, past to micro tools as evaluation worker. How do we check which industry to work for? Because right now we are checking construction industry because that just works out. But how do we check which industries to work for? Like, first of all, how big that industry is, how big the demand is like how I think yeah, what kind of most dominant variable matters, and then we can actually paste that, and then we can know okay, ChatGPT go online and try to test out multiple industries. Right now we're working like we are thinking of construction industry, right? But I mean, what again? Like, what are the dominant variables when it comes to where are my blueprint for fraud problem? So this was our blueprint that like pain hi okay. The problem itself, like yeah, first of all, we have to go to like industry itself, right? And like how do we determine like is it a web novel, YouTube, Instagram, like what industry to target? First of all, that is the biggest thing, right? And then can we build micro tools in that industry or not? That's another thing. Or can we build website for that industry or not? That's entirely different things, right? Or can we like what is the problem? What's stopping us from not getting into those industries or something like that, right? Because now like after getting into construction yeah man, I'm telling you, I have to do research for 1 or 2 months and learn about construction even though I know literally nothing about it or something. I'm kind of yeah. What shall we do, guys? What shall we do? I'm solving a thermodynamic problem to calculate money. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, we need to more information on which industry to choose for baking. Like I think and even after like choosing finding that template and we only find out that the only answer that came out was construction industry, then we are fucking fucked. And then we have to reach get contractors from America through India and we have to give them a call maybe on LinkedIn or something or like yeah, we can't like yeah.
We're just going to kind of walk through each individual section. Very first section, this section number 1 starts with inputting the base pay rate.
All right, like fuck off. MVV and DV, okay, manufacturing costing complexity and defensibility variables that stops you from switching integration depth, yeah, and stuff like that. Then you have micro SaaS, which is entirely different thing, which doesn't focus on building big websites, which focus on building small ones that that actually generates money. But then again, I had to go into a new industry entirely. Yeah. Okay. So what we can do is like we can pretty much see that in construction industry we find out pretty great micro SaaS tools. Like let's how about we try to find out how to find out the best what they say industry or something. So industry itself, like in different industries too, we have like multiple frameworks going on, but I'm never gonna actually like go with the framework by myself. This is just a micro tool framework. I mean like yeah, pain, how much the willingness to pay, frequency, market size, distribution, difficult manufacturing, compound, right? Compounding effects. These are what makes this compound and growth economics. Okay, and how big the market is for the solution you're solving, how high the MCC is, how much is the competition, problem itself, the people have goals have constraints to solve. Okay, magnitude of consequence, frequency, and inevitability. Okay. B2B, okay, but then again, like we can have B2B and B2C. Which industry is good is like where you have B2B going on. Like for example, YouTube and Instagram, rather than going for an industry where there's directly B2C, B2C because consumers hardly ever pay, if they ever pay, I suppose. But then again, uh, let's build a framework for industry itself. Oh my gosh, I need to go to gym now. But what we're gonna do is like we're gonna build another framework. How many framework are we gonna build, guys? You know I am. Just work like that. You don't have to be my friend. I just work, work, work. I wake up and work. I think like machine. I wake up and work. I think like machine. I go to gym and I work like machine. Machine, machine, machine. Okay, that was pretty stupid, but we have to now so first of all, in the morning we did a little bit about investing, try to find I did realize that investing is like really good, but let's just wait for that a little. And industry, like investing requires entirely new workflow, entirely new system design, entirely new couple of things that I did find out. So that was kind of hard. We got meditation, we got, okay, what the fuck, we need to add suggestions. We've got acts, we've got reading, no, it's tomorrow. We got to do, we've got work, we're doing work right now, educate your, yeah, and we have to add just gym and planned. Don't tell me that. Aha. Huh? Oh, okay, okay, okay. Here it is, here it is. These stupid bitches. Okay, okay. Today, what the fuck, my day. Yeah, I did that yesterday. I didn't did work yesterday. What the fuck, I did click. But yeah, the night I did ended up thinking about businesses. That counts as work. Do today. Right, so we just did it today. Yeah. Okay. There is some market for that, but there's not much. Okay. Okay, ChatGPT, in order to build SaaS product, how do you decide how good the market is? So first of all, what are the most dominant variables that requires, let's say for example, you're building a SaaS website or something, like, you know, and like, yeah, it's a SaaS business model. And the thing is like, okay, how do you know if an industry is good enough to pick for them and to, like, you know, or not? So guys, like what my intention is, find one good industry, learn about that industry, build a product for that industry because that industry is good enough, because that industry needs products that you need or you're going to be supplied because they're deficient of supply. Right, but the thing is, like, okay, if it's a B2B industry, then the rate of like them paying becomes extremely higher, and they are qualified, you know, so that it works on micro. So yeah, it works on micro tool too, and then you can extend those micro tool into, like, yeah, and then you can build big software for these industries and get in contact with the people from that industry, right? Maybe through Discord server on LinkedIn or maybe Reddit or whatever, and then you can find about how things function, and you can do entire research about the industry, how industry functions by never stepping a foot into fucking America, bitch. That's how you do it, and shit like that, right? I got too intensified, I suppose. But yeah, you can use AI to gather all the information. So it's like in the past you needed an industry to work for or build a value for. Right now I just pick up an industry, learn about the industry as if I'm a part of that industry and I'm the one who's going to do the construction worker tomorrow, understand all the problems by getting the user feedback, by building the websites and getting connection with the people, and then those people telling me actually what's right and what's wrong and what they want fixed, right? Getting into people that are actually fixing those problems, trying to find out the solution, how big companies actually solve those problems, copying those solutions, building something valuable from scratch, fuck myself, and then adding AI into the mix and throwing it on their face so that they can act fucking happy. What the fuck do you want, bitch? Go on. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna shit real hot. Or maybe, I don't know. How do you know if a country company is good enough or not, right? So yeah. Uh-huh. Like first of all, they must have big demand. After that, they must have at least less competition. After that, they must have, if not less competition, then even if they have a high competition, like, you know, the competition to demand ratio should be better. Like, so for example, like yeah, competition to demand ratio should be really good. Weekly word limit leech. Okay, so now we don't have any choice but to use fuck these AIs. We can use Whisperflow, but then again we cannot use them simultaneously because I used one keyword for them. Bro, have I done that much research just into finding out one SaaS product, man? Now the more I think about it, the more it gives me goosebumps. How much I've thought about this? How much I've thought about all this? Oh my gosh. How much reorganization has already happened rather than just saying, okay, let's just go on and let's just start building. Like, yeah, microtool, niche tool, paid utility, workflow, SaaS. Yeah, his target long path was like, yeah, he was kind of like biasing research ridiculous. The industry should have numerous recurring. But yeah, this is like the prompts that I said, okay. But now we're going to branch this into another shell from here. And then we're going to say, okay, we're going to say, yeah, we're going to copy the shit here. And well, the shit would have another tab. I go at the bottom. Yeah. I did add that microtool evolution framework, right? Okay, in that. So that industry, okay. So that industry must have like action required demand, like winnable CEO, demand competition efficiency. Like, you know, because it's like, is meaningful demand high relative to the effort required to capture it? Like, there would always be some competition in big industry, but like how, like demand to competition ratio, right? Like, are they commercial audience, like, you know, or are they simple, are they economically valuable audiences? That's better, because if it's a B2B sets, that's better. But it doesn't matter if you're targeting B2C, right? And if you're creating micro tools directly for the consumers, but then again, micro tool are literally used by B2B rather than B2C. But then again, you can build SaaS flow websites too directly, right? But here I'm not biasing between microtool and workflow SaaS. I mean, I'm just talking in terms of industries, right? But yeah, some industries would have better requirement for microtools, and some industry would have better requirement for a workflow SaaS, or not a workflow SaaS actually, because all this idea comes from microtools to workflow SaaS. Some industry would, like, let's say for example, you have web novel industry, you have like gaming industry, you have something like that. So they would require there's a less chance they would pay, but they would require SaaS products too, right? Like, and there's traffic multiplication, which is like, can one acquired visitor create more feature value, right? So for example, like, yeah, task superiority, can the tool be meaningfully better than existing alternatives? That's something I have to figure out. And also having low MCC, like requiredly like low MCC, but at the end of the day, what matters the most in the industry? That's the question, right? These are all of my jargon, but I think like what matters, like economic value flowing through the industry is like how willing a normal customer is to actually pay. Adoption towards software, how easily they get into software, how easily they download and start using those software. That's like, yeah, because gaming industry and investing industries and something like that are really adaptable towards software, whereas some industries are not, like literally not. Like they would, like, yeah. So that's there too. How much they have willingness to pay in that industry. If some industries have really slow adaptation but high willingness to pay, while some industries have high adoption to software but very low willingness to pay. I mean, but still, it's kind of hard for me to try to find out like what is the most dominant variables. But then again, yeah. Yeah, but what kind of in what way? Like, I think it's just a competition to demand ratio. If there's high demand and less competition, we can just get into it, right? And whether we build like something that actually earns from ad, or whether we build something that earns from like a SaaS workflow or something. Because I'm just trying to find out the industry. Like, yeah, from microtool, it's kind of given. I need to find out B2B industry, like for example, it's going to be B2B, like yeah, it's going to be B2B SaaS. But there are some industry like web novel or something which doesn't have much competition compared to the demand. Is it, or it's just my hallucination? And like Manhuas and yeah, and porn websites too out there, Manhua porn or something like that, which doesn't have, we can build those things. But then again, for the unique contract and connections and something like that to actually get the Manhua and web novels onto your website or something, you need license and stuff like that, which is hard to get. And yeah, like execution, like how hard it is to execute for one person alone from the room in that industry. Like, is it really scalable? For that you need a big market. Like, is the market really big enough for it to scale? Like at least a couple thousand people minimum constantly requiring the thing you're building or something, right? And how retention it is. So for example, some tools are used in one in a year, right? In industry, like, you know, it's like, you know, where it's a furniture industry, like, yeah, or something, like you go to a furniture house and you just buy like one time in a year, right? Or retention is like you buy, yeah, you need that thing every day or something. For example, that's why consumer economies work, for example, because the consumer comes every single day, whether it's Manu or web novel, anime or something. But then again, like B2B SaaS has more money, so we're going to focus more on B2B SaaS rather than consumer SaaS. But then again, consumer SaaS are not a bad idea if you can find a good industry for that. Like there's art industry, like, you know, where artists kind of like, yeah, artists pay for softwares too. And there's like, there's so many different, like there's software design and like entire software design industries where software creators creates for themselves, but I think that's really crowded. There's interior design, right? There's construction, there's so many different kinds of industries, and there's hundreds of thousands of them. Like which one to pick? What is the most important thing when it comes to picking them? Like first of all, I think the demand is pretty much given. Demand, like is the entry cost, and like to satisfy the demand, is really insanely high or is it really insanely low? If it's the lower it is, the better. That means manufacturing cost and complexity to satisfy the demand should be low compared to the demand. But if the demand is low, then yeah. And it's like, and from the demand we mean how many potential customers are there who can pay a lot of money. That's what demand literally means. It's not like, yeah, or how many people are there that we can squeeze through, like squeeze the revenue out of them to using ad revenue or AdSense or Google AdSense or something, or paid ads or whatever. Right. But like, yeah, but still, I would like when I hear your thoughts. Like, yeah, industry matter more than you think, guys. Industry matter more than you think. I got in the construction because that's like they just told me like start with that, because that micro tool, niche toolbox, paid utility, workflow SaaS, that just works with the best with construction. You can start with a couple of micro tools, what I did realize, and then you can go with a niche toolbox, like, you know, couple like a lot of and then you can get with paid utility, because now you have 5 or 6 things that a person needs, and then you build a workflow SaaS out of it, because now you know the demand and what people needs, and then you can expand and stuff like that, and add and connect and all that. They will not change till they'll pay. The narrow wedge. I'm tired. I don't know why, but it's gonna say construction industry again for some reason. I guess it's biased.
How many hours?
I don't know. And I'm kind of tired. Yeah. I'm so tired these days. I don't know why. Your initial owner. Okay. Just want to hear some human voice, guys. Nothing else, like literally. Just want to hear some humans. Aha, these humans are fucking shut up. Fuck them. I'm tired. The stock reader, why does this fucking work so bad? No. I'm gonna go for NSDR now, man. That is the only thing that's gonna get me through the day now. Through this woman, Ali Brotherhood or whatever her name is. Yeah, I think we are gonna go with then small use residential remodeling contractors. I suppose, yeah. This is what our analysis of again and again pointed us towards, I suppose. But yeah, can't trust AI. Can't trust AI. Can't trust the research, the outcomes that comes across. Fuck! I'm researching now. I see why people. Man, it's like you say, okay, I want to go into this industry, and then you start competing, and then you start working, and building an edge is hard. Building an edge is hard. Like, as any advantage, like, you know, it's advantageous. Being in a position which is advantageous just for you is really hard to find in markets where everyone is trying to look for an advantageous positions, and when majority of the positions are already taken by a lot of people. I can use Gemini and give me A3 or something. True labor cost, okay. Generate a deep synthesis or a paper from everything I've sent you and everything we have learned from this communication and conversation. Everything from start to end. Like, yeah, not about about like which industry I should pick or something, anything like, but everything we have learned about, like, you know, demand and everything from the start to end. Generate a paper that I can copy paste to my Obsidian notes or something. Like, yeah. We're gonna send that paper to let's say Gemini to make a job easy for our little Gemini bitch, and give me A3 or something, and then we can go to DeepSeek or something. Yeah. And I'm just gonna stop streaming now, guys. I'm tired. My face is so black right now, but fuck, who cares? But yeah, bye.